Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
This is Body of Shosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the
This is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Buy Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background?
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Buy Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets, development, and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on its shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Indigo Efene reporting from BusinessDay TV.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
BusinessDay Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as they say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that parity incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done.
And attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
now we are set to review what we have on the front pages of the dailies this morning. And of course, I've got in the studio with me Mr. Mohammed Akonji, our in-house analyst here today. How are you doing today?
Very well. Good morning, and I hope you had a good weekend.
I did have a good weekend. How was it? I'm sure you did have a good weekend.
Oh, I think I had too. I would say I had, but there are definitely going to be able to be some pickle points here and there. Was I on Saturday? Maybe I was able to use that so that it would actually be like a platitude. On Saturday, for example, I think I was coming back from one of the places around Lekki Ekpewe from 6. And that's because, of course, every Saturdays I go there. It's actually one of the schools I used to go to on Saturdays. And we spent almost like 4 hours to be able to navigate between, if you know, Lekki axis very well. So that was the first day I think the largest number of trucks I've seen on the road. That's the first day I saw it. You know, they are going towards Dangote refinery. So maybe there was a very big traffic. At least I could count the trucks close to about 100 to 150 were lying there on the road. And so I remember we finished from school around 6 o'clock. On a normal day, between 6 by 6:30, I'm vegetating on my bus stop. I got back home that day 10:30 because of maybe I don't know what exactly caused the traffic. So there was a roundabout there at Teleko and it was quite huge. So yesterday morning I needed to be able to just sleep well because by the time I got home, and then the problem with electricity as well. I don't know how it has been in your area. Has been oh my God, mine has been bad. Has been worse. This is actually the worst I've actually been able to see in recent memories. I'm serious.
Really?
I'm serious. The worst I've actually.
I think it's
in fact, I had to wake up yesterday because there was no water, there was no way. I had to quickly be able to get petrol, and so I needed to be able to do that yesterday and relax. Maybe the football period tend to be able to take
just
some of those
ease
pains,
things up.
ease
So,
those off.
what matches did we have yesterday?
Oh, of course, Liverpool won the league yesterday. Then maybe it was Arsenal women.
How's Arsenal doing?
They didn't play yesterday. Arsenal is playing tomorrow, Champions League semi-final. But the women against PSG.
Okay, so what did the
But the
women
women did something very fantastic yesterday. So they entered the final.
Okay.
So because they lost the first leg last week, 2 weeks ago, but only for them to be able to come back very, very strongly yesterday. So they lost first leg in England. Then they went to France yesterday and they were able to turn it around by winning 4-1. So it was like a 5-3 on aggregate. And this is like winning against the best team when it comes to Women Champions League.
So what's the best team?
That's the Lyon. They have the best record. They've won 8 titles, 8 Champions League titles. So for them, so doing it on the back, this is the best team so far in terms of dominating the competition.
Same way the men won the Real Madrid.
Real Madrid, exactly. Just like the Real Madrid is actually dominating Champions League. You understand?
Yes.
So Lyon to dominate the Women Champions League in that step. And for the fact that they've lost the first leg in England, nobody gave them a chance. You have lost the first leg already, where you're supposed to be able to have all your supporters behind you. You have all the noise, you have everything. Only for them to now go to France and then be able to pull out that unbelievable result. Maybe I did that kind of because I was really, really shocked at the result as well. It was never because prior before that, Chelsea, the other English team, lost 4-1 in Spain last 2 weeks. And they also lost 4-1 yesterday. So they played before the Arsenal women played. And that's the champion of England. Chelsea team won the women title. So I mean, it was actually a very good thing for them to have done that. So nice 8-2 was what Barcelona beat them. They were really walloped. 4-1 both home and away. 4-1 in England. They also lost 4-1 in Spain 2 weeks ago. Yesterday they played I'm talking about Chelsea. So Chelsea is the present champion of the English women Super League.
But you know what? Let's not talk about Chelsea.
So
let's just
really
go to what we have on the papers today. Really lovely catching up with all the amazing things that happened over the weekend. Let's start.
Yours was good as well.
My weekend was fine. It was good. So when there's power, everything is fine.
It's very fine.
That's okay. My weekend was fine. Thank you. So let's see what we have on the Business Day newspaper this morning. The big story on the Business Day newspaper today says, rising demand fuels silent palm oil boom. Investors seen earmarking $855 million for cultivation in Edo. Now, Delta communities allocate 130,000 hectares to over 145 firms. Another big story says, Edun Cardoso say Nigeria's reform is gaining global traction. Say exchange rate gap disappearing. And then the final one that says UBA, they turned 75 sometime last week. UBA distributes, UBA distributes 171 billion naira dividend, eyes 150 billion naira in new capital. I must say that they are really doing well. But let's start with the rising demand.
The big story, the banner, the headline story there.
Yeah,
So because surreptitiously, the way the palm oil is actually be able to do amazing things when it comes to our GDP contribution is quite amazing. Now, Okomu Oil and Presco, which are the two dominant players in that space, because I remember there was one of the research that we're actually carrying, I want to be able to produce a report, we're trying to be able to map the agri sector and the agri processing zone, and to be able to see some of the investment potentials that are there. And you would marvel as to what investment opportunities and the possible revenue profile and money spinning ventures that I can be able to get from palm oil plantation. As I told you, if you look at these two very big businesses, Okomu Oil, who are, the major players, and Presco, the two of them in Dedo and Delta State, are actually doing very, very well. And that's why, because the demand for it now on a global scale is actually be able to hit another level. People are now demanding for the palm kernel, the palm oil, the palm oil boom to be able to do a lot of things. We're talking about businesses that are actually into soap production, businesses that are actually into different other kind of services that are actually in demand for this as an input into their final output. So that is actually be able to drive the demand. And Edo State and Delta State are putting a lot of effort on ground to be able to attract a lot of investors into the space. I think we're actually be able to see that right now. And that is seen as an effort to be able to aid diversification strategy of Nigeria. God, remember, I think it was not last time around here, we were talking about oil prices. The oil prices have actually struggled to be able to hit the $70 mark, as has actually been the case before now. So it has struggled to be able to go above that mark again. And that is forcing the government to be able to look elsewhere. So now efforts are being made to see what can actually be done to ensure that we can be able to pick some of these some of these low-hanging fruit that we have very much lying around. And efforts have not actually been made to be able to tap into those things and see how you can be able to put them into use them as actually a source of both foreign exchange earnings and as a source of actually be able to boost the government revenue. So if you read that particular story, what I'm talking about now, so the boom in demand, the demand is actually because their businesses actually be able to need this palm kernel, palm oil, maybe as input into their own processes. As I told you, for soap production, for example, they need it so well. Industrial uses, commercial uses, domestic household uses as well. You understand? So that demand is there, not only in Nigeria, on a global scale. If you look at the report there, we've seen that Indonesia, for example, and Malaysia, who are the major players in palm oil business on a global scale, in fact, came to Ibadan in the 80s to get the palm kernel from here. The seed, that particular palm oil seed. And today they have become the major player, the major exporter of those products.
Who's that? Indonesia?
Indonesia and Malaysia. You understand now? So in fact, it was Nigeria model they actually came to in Nisa in Ibadan. Those days, you come and say, okay, how can they be able to have this palm oil plantation, and how can they be able to turn it into a revenue spinner? And that has actually been able to place them in that global scale today. So what Indonesia, for example, and Malaysia are actually doing when it comes to palm oil, and how it's actually contributed to the GDP, to employment generation, and to the revenue generation of the state. The revenue profile of the nation is beyond what you can be able to imagine. So that story there was Cardoso. Cardoso, I think they were at IMF and World Bank spring meeting in Washington, D.C. And on the sidelines of that, I think a whole lot of things have happened. IMF, World Bank have actually been able to commend their reforms. And that's what they mean by it's actually generating global attractions.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
So which of the reforms
are exchange rate unification, subsidy removal, the EFEM that Central Bank introduced in December last year, how those have actually been able to... So they say it as given an indication of good days that is going to come. That's what IMF is actually telling them and the World Bank. But Nigerians are telling us here that some of these have actually been able to impoverish many Nigerians.
Exactly where I was going
to. And that's why they are, in fact, when IMF last week were at Labour House, Nigerian Labour Congress, I think they'll be able to pay like a courtesy call on them. And the NLC president, Joe Ajaero, was really, really on a defense mode, attacking them to say, IMF, you people's policies, you people's suggestions, you people's economic policies that you are suggesting to nations is not helping us. It's actually be able to worsen things. But one of the vital things that the country representative, Mr. Haxel from US, mentioned was that we are just an advisory body. We can never be able to impose on any nation. what policy to do, or what policy not to do.
Not to do, but I also do think that sometimes the IMF speaks with both sides of their mouth.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
I have that because.
Like in what way? Okay, they will say when it's going well or what?
Yeah, so you know that kind of thing. Like when it's this way, they maintain a very
good stand. Okay.
Should I say neutral? They try to veer off and say like
we don't know anything about
we're
this.
Not completely on this side, you know.
Okay.
And then when this is going this way, they're like, oh, we're not completely, you know,
away
from
I get your point. So IMF, for example, IMF has 3 important mandates that they will actually be able to place on. Now, but one of them is surveillance. Surveillance, then loans, in terms of granting loans to nations. And the third one there is, I'm trying to be able to remember the third, but what surveillance, that's my concern. Surveillance is for them to be able to put you on that pedestal to say, this country has a good standing, their credit rating, in terms of credit rating, in terms of debt to GDP thresholds, is actually good. They tend to be able to release country report. They released that country report for Nigeria last 2 weeks, but they were able to release that to show what is the economic trajectory, what's the economic direction, and how good, how positive is that uptick going to be when it comes to Nigeria. So, yeah, there were good stands to say, oh, yes, Nigeria is actually doing quite good in these reforms, but more still needed to be done. At the same time, they released the GDP growth forecast last week, before World Bank did its own on Thursday. And what they released as a forecast was to say, at the beginning of the year, it was targeted that Nigeria will grow at 3.6%. But on the back of Trump's tariff and the global trade wars and other things, it was revised downward. Not only for Nigeria anyway. The global growth was also revised downward. But because of what is actually happening on the global scale. So a lot of countries have a marked revision, downward revision of their growth. Nigeria was about 3%. Sub-Saharan Africa was about 4.1% on the average. So they're able to mention that because of the uncertainties, you know, the shocks, the economic shocks, the economic reset that is coming up from the US is likely going to be able to have a downward review of the growth forecast. But at the conference, I'm talking about at the spring meeting, the IMF and World Bank spring meeting in Washington that just ended. That just ended last week.
Yeah,
last past weekend. Past weekend, it was on Friday. There were sidelines, event on the sidelines, where Nigerians representatives, Mr. Wale, the Minister of Finance, and the Coordinator Minister of the Economy, and the CBN governor were really commended. Maybe it would be another thing entirely to Nigerians anyway. Nigerians' perceptions or their perspective about those, but they feel like it is yielding the results. I understand that, like they are doubling down on that. I'm talking about the economic policy makers, the CBN governor, and the Minister of Finance to say this is yielding results, and
it's yielding results from what end?
You know. So
because that's why my question. That's the question I was about to ask. Like,
to what end?
So if the Nigerians are, you know, not
feeling the impact of those things,
it's impacting them negatively, and then IMF is commending or like some other, you know, global platform
institutions.
Does it like so? Which then do we put forward? Like, aren't we supposed to create some sort of a balance?
Of course, to it. So now to them, they feel like one, exchange rate is disappearing.
Okay,
is that happening? Yes, you know, this parallel market and the official market and the parallel market. That those days you'll be talking about a gap of it is 1,000 in parallel market, 1,500. These days you'll be seeing a gap of about 20 naira mark, between 20 and 60. Or like those days you have a gap of about 500. You understand? A very wide gap that can be able to create room for arbitrageurs. You know, you could be able to have that. So they feel like that is closing down. At the same time, oil prices, petrol prices from the removal of subsidies actually remain a bit stable. And then the market determined rates, we're allowing them, they are, according to them, allowing the market to be able to determine its own pace. That is actually be able to give a true reflection of what the cost will be. But just like you said, and I agree with you, it is how it impacts on the people that matters. And that's why I see Mr. Edo himself acknowledge that yes, people may not be able to feel the full effect of those policies now, but that the economy is turning the corner. That is actually their position. The economy is turning the corner, but it is not just beyond the word of the mouth. It has to be reflected. We have to see the translation in the lives of the people for us to be able to make those comments.
Let's hold it there. Let's just bring it to a stop there. Let's see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. So the Punch paper this morning is talking all about the defections. It says PDP calls emergency meeting to halt Hurricane Tinubu. So they've given it a name. So it says Nigeria not drifting to one party state, and this is from the presidency. APC welcomes Obore and others today. And then down on the downside of the paper, of course, we see a picture from UBA, UBA Bank group chairman and all of that. Then Fitch upgrades Lagos, Kaduna, two other states investment rating. This continues on page 42 of the Punch newspaper this morning. And then on page 5 says, Ondo governor, Ondo doctor and others face charges over abortion for 10-year-old victim. Like, this is bizarre. Like, why would you even do that?
And weird.
Like, is it the parents that forced it? Is it the 10-year-old that came? I'm interested in knowing the story. That NDLEA seizes 1 billion naira drugs in 80-room hotel raid. They keep seizing. Page 4 and 5. Heritage Bank, NDIC begins 46.6 billion naira payouts to top depositors. And on page 14 of the paper, it says, federal government targets 70% local pharmaceutical production. Interesting. And then on the top side of the Punch newspaper says, U.S. report calls out Nigeria's trade barriers and port corruption. I think you're really interested in that one. So you could just take a quick swipe at that one. And the
report came out, about corruptions. There was a particular report that was actually released by an important think tank from the US, but that's not where I'm going. It's actually the Tinubu and then the Heritage Bank case, maybe because of time.
Right.
So I mean, that's the way they titled it, because we saw what happened last week. That gale of defection was, I don't know if you can say it's unprecedented.
It was unprecedented for me.
Today, because the number was actually quite massive, the whole of the political structure in Delta State collapsed in one fell swoop. The governor, the deputy governor, the members of the State House of Assembly, all the local government chairmen. In fact, the vice president is going to Delta State today to welcome all of them back to the party. The vice president is already on his way to Delta State for that welcoming. But the argument has actually been, what is the president what is the president or the presidency dangling at these governors? Because in addition to them, I should mention, there were, yes, the rumor mill is swelling that 3 other governors are likely going to follow suit before May 29.
Okay.
3 other PDP governors, Akwa Ibom governor, and they have not been helped by some of the utterances, some of the remarks they've made. For example, the Pastor Eno in Akwa Ibom State, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, when the Lagos Coastal Road, the next flank that was actually commissioned, he was saying there will be no vacancy. He's a PDP governor, don't forget, and that the presidency will definitely be re-elected in 2027. So that statement could be considered an anti-party remark. So that's one.
I mean, right now, I don't even think there's anything like anti-party remarks or anti-party activities because of the way everything is seeming like there are no ideologies.
Party, I'd actually be able to mention that. They will solve River State governor, the embattled River State governor that paid what happened in London. People don't know it. After coming out, it was beaming with all smiles. And then people could actually, I'm talking about analysts and watchers, could deduce that this is an indication there might likely be jumping ship as well before we know it. Then another governor that was actually in the making that a lot is actually being mentioned about will likely be Adamawa State and Taraba State governor. Whether those ones will join. The ones will be left, of PDP. So, I mean, sure, what are they dangling? The argument have been, I mean, the political space have actually been awash with the fact that they are threatening them with the instruments of state institutions like EFCC. I mean, they're threatening the governors with state instruments, because of those threats that is coming from them. And APC came out to say, no, these people are not being threatened. Why is it the case that it's where people defected to our party that you will be saying, oh, we are drifting towards a one-party state? But when El-Rufai left our party, everybody is actually commending him. That's the argument.
Okay, so that's the argument.
That's the argument. When he left our party, we are commending, say, yes, this is a crumbling party. But when people are now joining the same party, why are you actually being able to make the argument to say, oh, you are intimidating? Maybe that's another thing. I know. I'm just saying, politics, people will play politics.
Yes.
The politicians too, because the argument has actually been, are we tending towards a one-party state?
And they're saying,
to be able to just be able to dominate. But by the time you're able to have the political bigwigs, the juggernauts in those parties, and you are cherry picking them, and then they are migrating into this party, that could definitely be able to send that signal for people to be having, that notion. Say, what is really happening here? When you actually be able to headhunt the bigwigs in our party, and you are bringing them here, is it an attempt to be? Of course, politicians will play politics. And one way of playing politics is to weaken the opposition.
Of course.
You always want to weaken them to give yourself a very strong standing.
Right.
So they can be the last man standing and you can be able to have your easy way into the political process. But, it's still unfolding. and they would need to be able to see what happens. So PDP were forced to be able to call up a meeting tomorrow because of what is happening right now. And because of what some of their political leaders are also mentioning. Look at, for example, I told you about Wike. Wike today, you know what? Till today, on paper, is still a card-carrying member of the PDP. I'm sure you all know what he's talking about. He's never going to be able to support the PDP. Look at how your fire share. These are top brass, within the board of the party. But you see that they are really be pitching their tent with the APC or with the president in particular. So this is actually the dynamics, and that's not. Other parties too are not left out of this. You saw NPP last week. 150 Labour Party members defected in Enugu. 150 in Enugu State to defect to the same APC. They are saying maybe the governor too. Of course, Enugu is PDP state, but the governor too is neither here nor there. The PDP is claiming yes, they are forcing them. Trying to be able to hoodwink them, threatening them with EFCC's cases and things like that. But at the same time, to me, I believe it is just a fight for political survival.
Right. In the interest of time, can you take a swipe real quick at the Heritage
Yes,
Bank story?
so the remember the Heritage Bank has actually been able to go under. It has actually been the bank has actually been distressed. So NDIC, which is actually their own major purpose, is to be able to settle depositors. The first round of the first tier depositors, those with about 5,000 to 10,000 were settled. But I'm sure now that payouts are being made starting this week. NDIC released that statement on Friday that depositors within the range of about 1 to about 5 million will start to be able to receive their payouts, from the bank. And those are always be able to move into the new where the assets, AMCON will be able to take over the assets. They've been able to do the necessary solvency issues have actually been resolved. So what is next now is for depositors to receive their payouts accordingly.
Right. The Vanguard paper this morning pretty much sums up everything that we've seen on the Business Day, and the Punch newspaper is talking about the Tinubu to opposition. Don't blame me for your inability to manage your affairs. You already spoke on that. It says the democracy is not threatened. We spoke about last week also. We had a guest and we talked about if Nigeria's democracy was threatened, and he did say that there's even no democracy in the first place. Then he said we have a dictatorship. Then Akinola, Odinkalu, Jinodu, others say we must resist one-party state agenda. Then there's outrage over World Bank's report on poverty in Nigeria as the CSOs demand urgent actions. But these are stories you might need to catch up.
They said it will be able to increase by 2027. And already about 133 million people are multidimensionally poor.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day newspaper this morning. Real quick, let's see what we have there. So that's what is that? Is it that's a peat? Something like a peat or it's a lawn.
Like a peat.
Yeah. So then you see an IMF bag, then an IMF truck also, and then you see tax in the front.
Tax,
somewhere in the front.
So a tax pit.
Yes,
okay,
so it's like a tax pit. So but they're still, they're still digging.
And
then it says the woman says make it wider.
Is it the man? Is the woman?
The woman says make it wider, and then we see who we know there, which happens to be the picture of the president of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then he is with a shovel, and then he's smiling. He seems to be happy with the outcome.
I'm sure that this is not connected with what we discussed earlier about IMF, World Bank's policy recommendations to nations, because they're still saying that most needs to be done about taxes. That we still need to be able to do more about our tax. That is their position. That tax to GDP is still very low, and we still need to be able to raise it. Even though as at now, just like the events we were at last week, I think our tax to GDP is still single digit, about 9.5% or thereabout. But there must still need to be done, because you cannot, according to them, we cannot rely only on oil, especially when the budget assumption cannot even be met because of the production by US, the US oil production. So what is the only other way? The low-hanging fruit to be able to increase government revenue is through taxes. And that's what IMF recommended in their country report that they released last week. More taxes, more taxes, more taxes.
But I think we all need to have a better understanding of this tax conversation.
Is it the tax object that needs to base itself?
Continued.
Because before people will actually be able to overtax people to prosperity. Because can we really tax people to prosperity? That has actually been a very important debate in the literature. Exactly. The journalistic field. Can we really be able to do that? taxable to prosperity, or we need to be able to look other means by thinking outside the box to be able to buffer up the government revenue. But IMF in their report also say, yes, oil alone will not be able to do it. Of course, we all agreed as well. Diversification, the taxes should actually be an important element that could be used to drive that.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Akonji, for your insights today on the newspaper review. It's always a pleasure having you on the show. Up next, we have the big story. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines,
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabe.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information.
Hello and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2025, Nigerians have lost over 4.8 trillion naira to various Ponzi schemes ranging from MMM to CBEX. Analysts believe that beneath these huge financial losses lies greed and a despicable desire by millions of Nigerians to pull themselves out of the poverty trap. Nigeria holds a despicable record as one of the countries in the world with the highest number of extremely poor populations. Unfortunately, however, rather than exit this poverty trap, hundreds of victims of Ponzi schemes have sunk deeper as they are often scammed and left worse than they began. But is greed and poverty the major driver of Ponzi schemes? Does the environment and the regulation play any role? How can people detect and defend themselves against Ponzi schemes and their fraudulent operators? Well, to discuss this and so much more, we are being joined by Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. He is the Chief Economist at BusinessDay newspaper. You're welcome to the show, sir.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
It's great to have you. Let me start on a lighter note. How much did you lose to CBEX, if at all?
Well, I don't like money that much. I don't play those kind of games.
All right, great. So for the sake of our audience, can you give us an overview of Ponzi schemes? What do they really entail?
All right, thank you so much. Generally speaking, Ponzi schemes are, so to speak, if I can use that word, loosely, investment opportunities that come across as low risk, in fact, zero risk, and extremely outrageous high returns. Can be 100%, 200%, and they typically position evidences like, oh, see testimonials, this person put in $100,000, got $200,000, this person put 100,000 naira, got 200,000 naira, and most of the time you are also like encouraged to bring other people into the business, downliners, and so on and so forth. And there are different variants of the same scheme. Some you are almost able to say, okay, maybe there is a product attached, a service attached. They can say there is travel attached. There are different variations of the same thing. But what to look out for generally is they promise outrageous returns and at zero risk. That would be my
your summation of the entire thing.
Yes.
But we see, like in a country like Nigeria, we see so many times people fall into the trap of a Ponzi scheme, and then you think that people have learned lessons, and then you see maybe in a few years, maybe 1-2 years later, another exciting new opportunity comes, and then you see people fall for it again. I mean, after the case of MMM, which was the last most popular one that we witnessed, and then we are seeing CBEX, which happens to, according to my research, I understand that it was mostly people in Ibadan, but then people around Nigeria. But why does this seem easy to lure people into Ponzi schemes like this, or especially in a country like Nigeria?
So let me first of all say that this is not about Nigeria.
All right.
It's about people everywhere generally.
Okay.
And there are certain characteristics. For example, greed. People want, for lack of a better word or phrase, easy money. They almost want something for nothing. Or they want their little to become a massive outcome. And people also want it now. Quick returns. Look, if you look at common sense, what is the average interest rate if you put your money in the bank today? What's the average treasury bill if you do fixed deposit? Then look at the other side of it. What's inflation rate? Now, by the time somebody is promising you, the question is, what is that other entity? What business are they doing to turn around the money? It is lack of critical thinking
And the thing is, many of these people know that this thing will crash, but they hope that before it crash, they will have cashed out. In other words, they know that some people will be the sacrificial lamb, the scapegoat. They just hope it won't be them. And let me say this very carefully and respectfully, that these schemes are always ongoing. It is just maybe a few of them that grow to the scale of becoming completely public when they crash. There may be more than 10, 15 such schemes as we speak.
Currently operating.
And they've always operated. Some of them metamorphose, they change name, the same set of people set up new things because people are looking to get rich quickly. And let me say this, I need to say this here, because there's also this perspective that, oh, poverty. I heard of someone who put $80,000. Do you also want to say somebody who could arrange $80,000 is poor? Of course, maybe poor.
More.
Maybe poor if we are not looking at poverty only from a financial perspective. Okay. Because there is poverty of the mind. There are other dimensions of poverty. And there are consequences for these things, because it means people take out money from the formal systems, from the bank, from their businesses, and then put it into something that disappears. So it leads to capital flight. Look at CBEX, the case at hand. You will have to convert your money to dollars and pay it somewhere, and then the thing leaves Nigeria. Come on. Come on.
And what are some of the signs, I mean, for someone who is not that greedy, let me put it that way, what are some of the signs to look out for if to avoid this fraud? Or should we call Ponzi schemes, should we call them, are they always fraudulent? That's my first question. And then what are some of the signs to look out for to avoid being lured into it?
So first and foremost, once something is Ponzi, it's fraudulent.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Let me use another word for a Ponzi. So they also call it pyramid. It means you need to keep feeding the pipeline with new investors, and you need to keep widening the investor base to pay the people upline. Naturally, there will be a saturation point. Now, take other businesses. For example, real estate. Yes, there is a finite amount of land, but people will always be willing to buy and sell land. So one of the characteristics of Ponzi schemes is that most of the time, they always appear new. They don't have history. Mention one Ponzi scheme that is 50 years old and is still running. So you always hear new names, new organization, new concept. So once something is completely new and is promising you outrageous returns, you need to be careful. You need to be wary. The other thing is that there's this urgency. Yes, people encourage people to buy land or buy treasury bill, but you could buy treasury bill 40 years ago. You will still be able to buy it in 40 years' time. If you don't buy it in April, you can buy it in December. So you will see this urgency, act now, as if you don't do it now, you will miss out. And they leverage on relationships and network. So for example, I know you. I've done it, I've gotten the money. I'll bring you in.
Yes.
And it goes on and on. So is this get rich mentality or turn your money quickly? What value is your money generating? It doesn't have any fundamentals.
So basically, when something is pushing for urgency,
yes,
you should avoid it.
Or you should be very wary. And get multiple counsels.
And then what value is it bringing as well?
Exactly.
Right.
Ask critical questions. If you do stocks, for example, I had us analyzing some stocks just this morning in the report. See how Mohammed was talking about Presco oil. We all know what they do. We can go to the market. We see the product. It has always been around for a while. What are the fundamentals? What is the business we are running? What services are we providing? Who are the consumers of this service? Check CBEX and all the likes of it. You can't pinpoint anything. You can't trace it to anything.
Let's talk about some of the blame that people put on Ponzi schemes. Some people will blame greed. Some people will blame regulatory lapses. I beg your pardon. Some will blame poverty. Some will blame illiteracy. And all of that. In your own view, where would you say the blame is? I mean, with what you've been saying, I do see that you've been moving around greed. Are there like other factors that you put the blame on?
So, like any other thing, there are typically multiple factors and a combination of factors. But again, I'm a little conscious of the audience of this station. You understand? That you are listening to this station, you are probably not in the poverty level. Do you understand? I'll give you an example. Somebody that I know personally, an accountant, a lady, got first class in accounting. Please follow my story.
Right.
This person is also a chartered accountant. This same person has a master's in accounting. This person is gainfully employed. This person is single. Why did I give you this demographic?
Yes.
She's not poor.
Yeah.
She
She's
doesn't
single.
have.
She doesn't have responsibilities.
She doesn't, in quotes, she doesn't have. I know her. So her siblings, her parents. So it's not as if she's paying the school fees of 5 children. She called me last week, crying.
Wow.
That one, her money went into CBEX.
Wow.
2, she mobilized where she works, the money of her colleagues. They didn't trust CBEX, but they trusted her. So people are now asking her direct for refund because they gave her the money for refund.
To invest it for them.
Please, do you also want to claim that that person doesn't have financial intelligence? So in that particular instance, you will see that greed. And I'll ask her a question. When you got this brilliant opportunity, why didn't you reach out to me? 1, for my counsel. 2, to convince me to come and benefit. She said something. She said, sir, I know you won't do it. So in our instance, it was pure greed. They were hoping to outsmart the system. Now, I am also aware, so let's speak to some categories of Nigerians. People who genuinely are doing it because of a lack of financial literacy. So they cannot differentiate between a legitimate business from so somebody will say, oh, if you go to SEC website, you can go and check out registered. Isn't that if you even know that there's a body called SEC? Isn't that if you know that there's a website that you can go to? Some people, their level of literacy, I'm not even talking financial literacy, is not at that level yet. All they need is 2-3 testimonials from 2-3 people they know. It could be their church member, people in their neighborhood, people in the marketplace, at workplace, and they rely, and you know that social network. There is what we call social capital. Once 2-3 people in your space do it, and they have testimonials or feedback or returns, they can show you raw evidence. What happens to you? If you are slightly greedy, you say, let me take advantage. But inherently, people also know that something is not right.
But what we tend to see, I mean, you had alluded to the fact that this is worldwide. I mean, it's not a Nigerian thing. But we tend to see that in developing and undeveloped economies, we see that schemes like this tend to thrive. Why does it seem this way?
So there is what we call bandwagon effect.
Okay.
And bandwagon effects leverage on networks. And people need income. People already, there is this reality of people not having enough to meet their fundamental needs. And people want a better tomorrow. So these schemes leverage on people's fantasies, people's optimism, and people's hope. If you can turn money around and buy a car, maybe something that looks like, if you follow your normal trajectory, can take you 10 years, then a scheme gives you a window to do it in 6 months. If you don't check your conscience and you don't check economic parameters and indices, you will most likely fall for it. Again, until recently, bodies like SEC and EFCC said that nobody reported. Didn't you find that strange? The question is, the people who will report, you yourself, before you go and report a case, you want to say, okay, even if I go and report, won't I look stupid? Won't the investigators ask me a few fundamental questions? And once you can give yourself those, even if I go and report, shouldn't they even arrest me for thinking that should be a legitimate way to make money. Of course, I'm not saying there shouldn't be investigation, and I'm happy at least I saw a list of 4 people or thereabouts on the wanted radar. So another thing is, if people, organizations, individuals run these schemes and seemingly get away with it, then where's the deterrent? So in the advanced countries, it's slightly easier because of, for example, their data management systems.
Okay.
They can check you, they can track your income, your movements, and so on and so forth. All this money of CBEX, where did it go? So I know back end, maybe Interpol and the rest may be working around it. But until we are able to nip it in the bud, especially with the Nigerian collaborators, because it's not just a Russian or somebody from China that came to market. They use Nigerians.
There has to be an insider person that understands the market.
So MMM, who was brought to justice, does it just end in the big story? Do you understand what I mean?
That's a big
so
question.
We need to see prosecution, and people need to be able to. The other thing I would like to say very quickly around this subject is, people talk about regulations, regulators. We have laws. My key suggestion is, can we step up on intelligence gathering, even with this regulatory body? Because I would like to say, EFCC, what if this money, what if the intention was for terrorism? Leave the innocent Nigerians who will become impoverished. What about national security? Once, I understand if this Ponzi scheme is around within 50 people, 20 people, and you don't pick it up, but once it's scaling 1,000, there should be investigation. So we should be able to say, in Nigerian banks today, once you have monies are above certain levels, they notify relevant authorities that, there is a quantum income by this organization or by this individual, and they can put you on a watch list. So we need to step up surveillance and intelligence.
There was something you had mentioned when we were talking about the regulatory and all of that, like we need to see prosecution and all of that. But in this CBEX case, the EFCC has assured that Nigerians who have lost their money will get their money back. Firstly, do you see a possibility of that happening?
Well, I'm not completely sure about that, but what I know is that based on people who report, people who petition, and people who provide evidence, actions will be taken. Whether they will get their money back, if everybody will get their money back, how soon they will get their money back, that may be a different ballgame. Because you need to look at the web around there. People took their naira, took it to dollar, maybe to crypto. You can see that it's a complex web. So it's not impossible, but it will need international cooperation. The key question, where did the money go? If it was maybe UK or US or Switzerland, this is Russia, with due respect to them. How cooperative are we with each other? So it's like people who go to certain countries and do offshore accounts. There are what we call, in quote, safe havens for financial crimes. And these are the countries the perpetrators of this scheme use. Things may change tomorrow, and I'm not trying to say, but nobody should raise their hopes up. They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing.
So you're going to leave it there. But then when we talk about prosecution, what sort of prosecution? How would you say, how can they even go about it if they're going to prosecute? Because I'm trying to picture here how that could happen if they're going to prosecute. Who are they going to prosecute? How would they go about it?
So again, if there are individuals and faces, for example, some of the companies may take the Ibadan case now. There is a registered company with CAC. There are people on the MEMAT who are the shareholders or stakeholders. Those can be picked up. At least there's evidence that money was paid to certain accounts. For what? For investment. Let's even assume it's a legitimate investment. You promise returns. Where's the returns? So that's a breach of contract. It now depends on the people who also did these schemes. What contracts did they sign? So, for example, if you bought a treasury bill before, you will typically get a 3 or 4 or 5 page document with certain terms and conditions, and you sign. Did these people sign something? What were the terms and conditions? And these are the documents, for example, that the prosecuting team will look at to now see, is there a case? You may be shocked that in some of these contracts, you may even see, what do you call it? All these terms and conditions.
But people don't read
that people don't read.
As well.
So you may even get to court and they may go free. Technically. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I get you, sir.
So can we even see the documents people with these CBEX? What did you sign? Can you show us the prospectus? These are fundamental questions. So I shouldn't just say, I just go and pay my money into a bank, an account. For what? And that's why when you go through proper investment houses and firms who are registered with SEC, there are minimum documentations that is required. So you see a lot of loopholes.
Actually, a lot of loopholes. Just thinking about it, the magnitude is a whole lot. But what are some of the major consequences of Ponzi schemes in society that and reasons why people need to just avoid this scam?
In no particular order, let me start from the national perspective. One, we are complaining about Naira devaluing. One of it is when you are demanding for foreign currencies. This Ponzi scheme, for example, was a dollar transaction. Look at how much Naira was converted to dollar. That's capital flight. So, and that will equally put pressure on the Naira for people who want to buy dollar for legitimate purposes. And that affects all of us. The other thing is, people literally mop up funds for this investment. So some people who, for example, and I heard of cases of people, their school fees, their house rents, money from their businesses, some people even sold assets, some people borrowed formally and informally. People took money from finance institutions like banks, and then it disappears into thin air. So we have, so to speak, reduced the amount of money in our formal systems and taking it into the informal system, sadly, out of the country. Then the individuals have been badly boosted. I mentioned a lady now who is in debt. Guess how our productivity at work will be right now. Because not only did she lose personal money, she lost money on behalf of people. So she's now trying to borrow money. So there's lots of goodwill. There's people who are seemingly poor before and were trying to get out of the poverty trap have now become multidimensionally poor. So they are completely worse off. And the trust in the society. So I come to you and say, oh, this is an opportunity. You trusted me. You didn't do your due diligence, but you trusted me. Right. Then the money goes down the drain. The next person who will come to you with a genuine business opportunity, what do you think will happen? Most likely, you won't do your due diligence, but you won't do it.
Yes.
Because you now have a mindset towards investment. That's a loss to the society, to the country. And people will now say, you now hear like, you better chop your money instead of investing it. Now, there's nothing in chopping, nothing bad in eating your money, but people should have a savings culture, investment culture, and so on and so forth. And that takes us to the need for intentionality with respect to financial intelligence. At all levels, secondary, primary, formal and informal. So all the people in the markets, in Ibadan, everywhere, we need to engage and let them know these are the investment opportunities available. These are the classifications of investments. These are the general ranges of productivity in terms of maybe a range of say 10 to 30%. Once you see something outside this range, you need to get a team of counselors.
All right, thank you so much. Do you have any final words, because we are hitting the home run? Any final words?
So I would just like to say to the people who lost their money, sincere, I wanted to say condolences because it's a loss, even though it's not a people
you
loss.
Empathize with them.
We empathize, but don't waste this pain. Don't stop investing. Do your due diligence and be realistic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your time today. We've just finished speaking with the Chief Economist here at Business Day. Thank you for stopping by at the Big Story today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Elizabeth. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on its shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Zindigo Ifunere reporting from BusinessDay TV.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
BusinessDay Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as I say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you will know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that parity incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to
always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of Business Day, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Business Day Insurance Conference. Our theme today focuses on resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry.
Business Day Media hosted the Insurance Conference 2025 on the 16th of April, bringing together leading voices from across Nigeria's insurance landscape. The conference had a strategic gathering of CEOs, regulators, policymakers, and innovators committed to reimagine the future of insurance in Nigeria. The event themed resilience and growth in uncertainty, charting the path for Nigeria's insurance industry, kicked off with a welcome address by the editor of Business Day Media Limited, Temitope Fabule, who highlighted the importance of the insurance industry as a pillar of national stability.
Penetration of insurance in Nigeria is just 1%, of the GDP per capita. But now imagine that if it grows, if it increased by just 1%, Nigeria's economy would unlock about 1.5 billion in additional economic value. So for every 1% that is unlocked in insurance, it's an additional 1.5 billion. And you can imagine if that compounds. For an economy that also is turning the corner, obviously, with new businesses rethinking investments in Nigeria, taking more risk, it means you also need to take insurance. So obviously the opportunities are there. Not just the typical ones, life, your car insurance, but also a change of mindset. And of course, with the numbers that we have in Nigeria, you unlock that, you unlock a lot of opportunity.
Also followed was a goodwill message delivered by the Deputy Commissioner for Insurance, Finance and Administration, Mr. Ekerete Ola Gamikon. Representing the CEO of the National Insurance Commission, Mr. Olusegun Ayo Omosheyin.
So the insurance industry is the biggest industry in Nigeria. Yes, I heard when the editor said insurance is not as big as it is elsewhere in the world. That's a misconception. The insurance industry is the biggest. Why do I say that? By the time we begin to hear from the keynote address and other conversations, we'll discover it, we'll find out, we'll appreciate it. So how it works is that we secure all of the businesses that are being done in Nigeria. So when you see the value of Dangote Refinery, it's the insurance company that holds it together. When you see the BUA group, any group at all that you mention, it's the insurance industry that holds it together. Because what we call the sum insured, which you don't understand, is the value of what we secure. So why won't we be the biggest? So please, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
The keynote speaker, Dr. Chizoba Perpetua Egolu, Rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management, during her address, emphasized on the need to build resilience in the face of economic uncertainty. She also talked about the versatility, strategies, challenges, opportunities, solutions, growth, and the role of stakeholders in the insurance industry.
As insurance practitioners, we have first-hand information on the impact of economic uncertainty on our clients. And we have also seen the importance of insurance in ensuring that we restore those businesses as it is. Also, if we could close our eyes in a flash and think about what will happen if there is no insurance business in Nigeria. First is that we won't be here. There will be no job for all of us, two of us. So our importance cannot be overemphasized. So I may bold to say that insurance is a recession-resistant industry. In fact, we can say that one of the synonyms of insurance could be resilience. So we are a business that have come to stay.
The conference featured 2 engaging panel sessions with reputable industry experts.
Here is an umbrella representing the insurance in Nigeria. You can see this umbrella here has power. It can cover the risk of an entire nation. But how many risk is under this umbrella? It is less than 1%. The contribution to the GDP, less than 1%. So we can have 100% under this risk, but the potential currently is 1%. It shows that we need to bring in all innovative technique to bring people under this umbrella. So amidst that, this umbrella here is shaking. Why is it shaking? Because of high inflation level in the country. There is so many things that is happening in the country, interest rate, volatility, and co. So those are the topical issues that we're going to be discussing today.
One is about the clients themselves, and one is about the insurance companies too. From the clients themselves, you have to pay insurance today for a purported unknown risk that could come up tomorrow. That point of, do we know whether your reward is going to be on earth or in heaven, is still one of those barriers, because people think that if I pay now, I don't know if I'm going to need it and I might never need it. So there's still that mindset that will it really help me? And when you put that beside young people today, they have this you only live once mindset, right? I am saying I only live once and I'm going to put this money here. I don't know if I'm going to benefit from it, right? And when they start to think that way and they look at, okay, what if I need it? What is the multiples I'll get? The multiples on insurance that they've put in place might not be adequate for the sort of realities that they are facing. So in the end, they will prioritize putting money on investments, putting money on even betting, yeah, because even though everybody knows that in betting you might not win, but in insurance you would always win at some point in time. But from them, they're just thinking about today. So for us, we have to rethink our approach to be able to manage those sort of barriers that they are facing. That, okay, what other benefits can you get today from an insurance policy? We do have benefit policies and we have risk, pecuniary situations that could or could not happen.
Vice Chairman of the No Takafu Insurance Limited, Mr. Aminu Tuku, also threw light on how non-conventional insurance models can support market expansion during his presentation. The conference provided a platform for knowledge exchange and forward-thinking conversation, which underscored the urgent need for collaboration and innovation to grow Nigeria's insurance industry. Some of the attendees and speakers shared their key takeaways from the event, offering perspective on how the sector can remain competitive and inclusive in a fast-changing world.
And from the session today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people we're thinking, we want a better industry. Penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot. But we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day.
The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is, they are growing, right? But there's still, one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right? And be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So for example, now, in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and, subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
The event concluded with a network session offering stakeholders an opportunity to forge partnerships and exchange ideas for the future of insurance in Nigeria. This is Indigwe Ifunaya reporting for BusinessDay TV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogundebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Nigeria's reform gaining global traction in Nigeria, says Cardoso. Senator Natasha mocks Akpabio with sarcastic apology. Nigeria ranks third in Africa for US deportation. Israel launches airstrike on Beirut. Liverpool crowned Premier League champions. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, has revealed that the naira has stabilized at a more sustainable level, with the gap between the official and parallel market exchange rates disappearing. Cardoso attributed this to discipline reforms undertaken by the Apex Bank. Speaking at the conclusion of the 2025 spring meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Group in Washington, D.C. this weekend, Cardoso attributed these positive developments to the government's steadfast commitment to reforms and greater policy clarity. While moving on, the suspended chair of the Senate Committee on Diaspora and NGOs, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, has written a sarcastic apology to Senate President Godswill Akpabio. In a strongly worded letter filled with irony, Senator Akpoti pretended to apologize for keeping her dignity and self-respect when dealing with the Senate President. The letter has, however, sparked new talks about gender issues and power struggles in Nigeria's legislature. Still on, Nigeria has been ranked third on the list of African countries with the highest number of deportations from the United States between 2020 and till date. Data from the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement revealed that a total of 437 Nigerian nationals were removed from the United States during the period. Ahead of Nigeria on the list are Senegal and Mauritius, as many face deportation because of criminal convictions or final orders issued by immigration judges. Now to end the local news, Adamawa State Governor Amadu Finitri has suspended indefinitely the Emir of Dawari Alhaji Hassan Jafaru. The former district head of Dawari in Fufore local government was found guilty of corruption, maladministration, breach of security, and other offences. In a letter dated April 25, 2025, and signed by the Permanent Secretary for Chieftaincy Affairs, Adama Maman, the district head was directed to hand over all government property in his possession to the Secretary of the district. Reports said that the governor of Finitri has consistently insisted that his fight against corruption will not spare any sector in the state. And on the foreign scene, Israel has carried out an airstrike on Beirut's southern suburbs on Sunday, April 27, 2025, after ordering an evacuation of a building that it said was being used by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. The attack occurred despite a ceasefire that came into force 5 months ago, which put an end to the conflict between Israel and the military group. Israel revealed that it had targeted a Hezbollah store of precision-guided missiles that pose a threat to the state of Israel and its civilians. The Lebanese presidency, however, condemned the strike, calling the United States and France, who brokered the ceasefire in November, to press Israel to cease its attacks on the country. And also, Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered several planes to be sent to Iran to help deal with the aftermath of a blast at Iran's port of Bandar Abbas. Russia's emergency ministry revealed this on Sunday, saying that Putin has expressed his condolences over the loss of life and offered to provide help to Iran in dealing with the aftermath of the blast. The Kremlin added that Putin had conveyed words of sympathy and support to the families of the victims, wishing for recovery to those injured. The emergency ministry revealed that a Berev B-200 amphibious aircraft specializing in firefighting, as well as an Ilyushin 276 military transport plane, would be sent to Iran to help out. And now to sports, Liverpool has sealed their place in history with a brilliant 5-1 win over Tottenham Hotspur at Anfield on Sunday, clinching their 20th English League title and matching Manchester United's all-time record. Anfield rocked as the Reds came from behind and tore Spurs apart, lifting the Premier League trophy with 4 games still left to play. With 82 points from the 34 matches played so far, no team matches with the Reds, including the Gunners, who are on 67 points, having played the same number of games. Now to end the news, Real Madrid's defender Antonio Rudiger is facing a huge sanction following his red card in last night's Copa del Rey loss to FC Barcelona. The German international started the match for Los Blancos and was fortunate to avoid a penalty for a challenge on Ferran Torres in the 90th minute, a decision that could have easily gone in Barcelona's favor. Rudiger lost his composure after he was substituted in extra time due to physical discomfort as Real Madrid conceded a late goal from Jules Koundé. Rudiger later involved in a heated altercation with the referee, requiring intervention from Real Madrid staff in dugout as he threw objects in the referee's direction. Well, that does it this morning on the BDTV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicles series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they buy to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw into to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side, the customer you have. If it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forest lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. I know they don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, that is I do whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As Governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on its shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Indigo Efunere reporting from BusinessDay TV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money. They can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destinations and start having seminars to decide how we will achieve our preset denomination, rather than trying to redraw the rule book all the time. Oh, several. We're pioneering the Noila, which is a dual-purpose chicken breed that can change the face of protein malnutrition in Africa. And already we have over 1.2 million rural households. And we have nearly 10,000 mother units that are buying the day-old chicks, raising them for 5 weeks, and distributing all around the country. It's been very, very successful. We're very proud of it. Also doing innovations like empowering farmers for broiler feed production, for sellers of chicken and beef and fish and eggs. So we're very, very proud of what we've been able to achieve in the protein space, in spite of all the challenges, while still forging ahead. Okay, for instance, our outgrower farmers, we give them subsidized day-old chick price, because we're the number one producers of day-old chicks in Nigeria. We're able to give them a certain subsidized price. We give them feed. We give them veterinary pharmaceuticals, also at subsidized prices. And most importantly, we take the products back from them into our chicken processing plants in Uyo, Kaduna, Benin, and Ibadan. That way we're able to produce a closed circuit, end to end, for the farmers. And we've, by the grace of God, been able to bring thousands of farmers back into active business. Well, there's a lot of government can do, and I know they're doing a lot. I'm aware that there's quite a lot of effort, but like I said, we need to move away from creating ideas to implementing the ideas we already have. And for instance, energy. Why is a farm in Nigeria paying an energy bill? In many countries, energy for farming is subsidized. The road networks, we were fortunate, the Oyo State Governor, Engineer Sheyi Makinde, visited one of our facilities and saw how horrible the road was. And we're glad to say that that road has been commissioned now. But how many people have that benefit? So infrastructure, government can help us with, and also the right environment, the economic environment. Government has no business doing agriculture. They have every business facilitating the production of food to get to the average Nigerian at the lowest price. And I wish them all the luck, all the best in the efforts that they're currently on.
The need for us to immediately future-proof our agri systems and make the country more food secure. We need more mechanization. We need an ecosystem of value chain actors coming together to build this. We need farmers to become more clusterized for interventions to work in a scale. Oh, very fantastic. So we work across 10 states in Nigeria, providing women farmers access to mechanization through cooperatives. We service flour mills of Nigeria, Coast rice. These are some of the biggest growers in the country. We provide fit-for-purpose mechanization from land preparation to harvesting services, and we have seen an increase in yield. Now, we deploy these solutions with an intent for the farmers to succeed, thereby becoming partners to the farmers for the future. We are at the verge of launching our e-commerce platform. It's called the Correct Farmer Platform for farmers to access these products from the comfort of their homes across board, and the growing population of farmers that we have needs to have these tools at their fingertips. The government needs to make their policy more consistent. That's all.
Well, the topic is the future of agriculture in Nigeria, and I just spoke on a panel about future-proofing Nigeria's food security. There's a lot that we have said, but I think the major thing is we need ecosystem players to collaborate so that we can scale, because it's easier to solve the problem at scale than acting fragmented. And of course, beyond that, we need government to be more of a facilitator to bring ecosystem players together, ensure that incentives are well aligned for all players to play. And those ecosystem players will include service providers like input suppliers, from mechanization to fertilizer to seed, then to financiers, financial institutions where I sit. For example, we have funds, and then we provide loans to trade finance loans to commodity exporters, and we finance a number of companies in Nigeria. So you bring financiers together also that way, and then you bring companies that want to scale agriculture, want to invest in the sector, you bring them together and you align incentives for everybody. But we need to start doing things at scale. We need to collaborate, because to really solve the problem, we need to have like an integrated systems approach, so that we can truly handle the problem from farm to table. I mean, it's a broad question. Like I said, agribusiness is a complex system. So I can't prescribe 1 or 2, 3 actionable steps. The first is different players need to understand what their role is. And government needs to use their power in the most effective way. That's the first. So what's the best way for them to use their power? I think that is to bring players to the table, align incentives for all of them, and then ensure that it's implemented. So you bring farmers, you bring commercial investors, you bring financiers, you bring input suppliers, and then you find the right incentives, the right partners, development partners, and you ensure that that's implemented, right? That's one, but it's a complex problem. So there's so many. There'll probably be a list of 100 things to be done. But the fact is, we can't solve the problem the way we are right now, because we're fragmented. Most of the things we have is wasting. So we need a systems approach. In that systems approach, government's role is to facilitate, bring every important stakeholder to the table. And the third is, we then need to, all of those players need to take their part as financiers and investors, as service providers, as agriculture and agribusiness companies, and solve their own part of the problem.
For us, starting with especially when we talk about cluster, especially for agriculture, we are ensuring that our rice farmers are in clusters. So right now, we have in Lagos a cluster of farms of about 1,000 hectares that is going to go into rice cultivation. We have 500 in Igua, which is in Ogun State. So we're having a cluster of farmers so that we can leverage on technology, particularly when in talk with the drone producers for agro-input production, so that we can reduce the cost of production and invariably the cost of output. Yes, there's tractor on the go, and particularly again for the rice farmers, we're actually making provisions for technology to serve them and input to serve them in their clusters that we have created. They're already live, so you just need to be in those groups. You have to be a part of the cooperative, part of the farming community in those groups where they are.
It reinforces the fact that stakeholders need to meet, to discuss, and forge a way forward, and particularly planning towards the future, which this conference is all about. The future of agriculture is propitious, but we need to plan, we need to talk about it, and most importantly, hammering on getting on action. Yeah. Technology comes in different forms and in shape. For us at Integrated Area Precision, we are providing farmers with precision agriculture solutions, such as drone technology services for spraying, planting of seed, application of fertilizers, something like end-to-end, also helping them to detect pests and diseases early as possible. So our farmers, first of all, must have an open mindset to adopt, right, accept and
You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
First of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our to take an active interest in agriculture. They can see the money, they can see the passion. I can see the passion. So for me, that was a major takeaway. Then, of course,
You are watching Business Day Television.
first of all, I'm inspired by the fact that young people, bright, intelligent young people, are starting to take an active
Hello,
interest
this is Body
in
Shosami on
agriculture.
Global
They can see the
Business
money,
Insights
they can
on
see the passion. I can
BDTV,
see
where
the
we
passion.
bring ideas
So
and
for me, that was a major
discussions on the
takeaway.
business.
Then, of course, we know what to do in agriculture in Nigeria. We've had hundreds of seminars and symposia about it. What we need to be doing now is to start identify our destination.
BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
To the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we get to analyze top trends making the rounds across social media platforms. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio this morning is Mr. OBDK Okafor, our very own in-house analyst. How are you today?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Beautiful. I like how you always just have one-liners. Very fine. Nothing more, no detail, but that's fine. Let's start off today with developing issues in the United Kingdom, where internal discussions have been shifted towards unseating Nigerian-born Kemi Badenoch 6 months after she was elected leader of the United Kingdom Conservative Party. With local elections in England approaching, many Conservative MPs and officials are increasingly dissatisfied with Badenoch's leadership and have expressed concerns that she's not the right person to lead the party into the next general election scheduled for 2029. And according to reports, there is growing support within the party to replace Badenoch with Robert Jenrick, the right-wing Shadow Justice Secretary, insisting that the leader has failed to address key issues, leaving the party vulnerable to challenges from Nigel Farage's Reform Party. And that's what is making the rounds on social media. Kemi Badenoch always has a way of just always being in the news, but this time around it's about they are considering removing her. And then there's this proverb that they said, I've seen an African proverb that says, if you sell your brother, right, even the person that you're selling your brother to will not trust you. And I think that's the case of what's happening with because that's a fact. If you come and tell me, like, if you're telling me that, I'm looking at you like, oh, I don't trust you anymore. So I think that's let's see the reactions on social media about Kemi Badenoch and how people are reacting to this particular story. There's been a barrage of comment on splashing social media. So that one is from Oyediji Ayinde. It says, mission accomplished. They have succeeded in using a black race to speak their mind. Kemi, welcome back home. Ogun State is home, no matter how hard you try to distance yourself because of politics. Oh, wow. David Humphrey says, I support the truth she said about our country. It's the truth. The UK government is behind what we are suffering today, and they don't want the world to see the light about their involvement. That's why they will heed Nigeria's government's words to remove her. And then, but that person went on saying something else. Archangel Jesse says, Kemi always sensed that she will never be fully embraced by British society. That's why she made a conscious effort to downplay her Nigerian heritage, hoping that distancing herself would help her gain. I think that is favor. I can't see the last thing, but hoping it will help her to gain favor. Let's see if we have one more reaction. Acceptance. Okeze Orji says, she's becoming too meddlesome, crying more than the bereaved. What stake as an immigrant has she in UK politics? She forgot too quickly that she's a mere immigrant, lucky to be married to a United Kingdom citizen. Those are the remarks on social media. I mean, just a different comment here and there from different people, different strokes for different folks. But what are your own thoughts on this story?
Let me start by sounding like a typical Nigerian. Let me start like sounding like a typical Nigerian. In the Nigerian parlance, we will say her village people are coming after her. We will say that her village people are coming after her because she has barely been there she has been there for like 6 months or so, and she has tried to, for a lack of a better word, she has tried to please the Conservative Party, like somebody said on Twitter, by first of all distancing herself from the fact that she herself is also an immigrant, and then trying to, create laws, like the way most of the right wing, all the conservative, like Republican and all that. Because if you check it, in America, for example, most of these countries are now hard on immigrants. And then the UK too is trying to follow that stance. But Kemi, in her own case, forgets that she herself is an immigrant. And if she dances too much to the right, or dances too much to do as if, okay, I'm for the conservative, she might end up shooting herself in the foot, which I think she has done by proposing things like before you get UK citizenship, you have to wait for almost 15 years and all of that, because they said it's only the best they want to get.
Right.
So personally, I think apart from village people, in quotes, I think she hasn't done herself any service by trying to, because sometimes in trying to make a point and trying to show that, okay, I'm a conservative, I follow everything, you end up overdoing it, and the people that put you there start becoming impatient and angry with you. And I think that's what's happening to her. She has made statements that haven't gone down well with a lot of politicians in the UK, and 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 other members of the Conservative Party, and they've complained about her not, coming up with policies that that will benefit the party or the party's future. So it's kind of sad.
Sad. But you know what? We have to go on a quick break. We'll be right back. I really enjoyed this conversation. I like everything you're saying, but let's just take a quick break and be right back.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is still the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We were talking about UK, Kemi Badenoch, and just the party considering removing her as their leader. And then we're looking at some of the comments that people have made on social media with respect to her current position and some of the things she's done, and just some of the people's perspective about her. And we were talking about that just before we went on the break. I don't know if you want to just add one or two things before we move on to our next story.
Okay, the only thing I would just say is she was trying too hard. And sometimes when you try too hard, you end up messing things up. And she was trying too hard to show how conservative she is and how she supports the party. And, it's like biting off your nose to spite your face. She was, forgetting that she herself is an immigrant. She was trying too hard to, put a hard stance on immigration, and then a hard stance on a lot of things. She was just trying too hard, basically, if you ask me. And it didn't pay off. A lot of party members are not happy with her. And she has just been there for just 6 months. And the chances of her surviving is the chances of her surviving is kind of sort of very low.
Okay.
That's true.
All right, just very quickly, our next story says that the power situation in Nigeria has resurfaced as a topic on social media after Nollywood filmmaker Kunle Afolayan shared an old video. In the clip, which was recorded in 2016, it showed Kunle Afolayan discussing ideas with Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg during his first visit to Nigeria. Now, in this video, which you can see on the screen, Kunle Afolayan pitched an app concept for content creators to monetize their work on Facebook, while also highlighting the challenges facing Nollywood. However, during their discussion, a sudden power outage occurred, and this happens to the best of us. Now, this video captured the moment that happened, and Mark happened to chuckle and remarked, "This is Nigeria." Let's see if we can have sound on that video.
This morning I woke up and I asked my daughter to do something, and I realized that traveled faster, than the normal Facebook page. The mentions, once you put art and you tag people, it travels a lot. And also one of the effects of Facebook, before the Instagram of this world and the rest came, I made a film in 2007. And we were going to have a premiere in London at the BFI, the London Film Festival. And we were able to pull out a lot of crowd by just using Facebook, because we couldn't afford to use the mainstream television or radio in the UK. But everybody was on Facebook, at that time, and this really, helped. And this is Nigeria.
Such such a bad way to see Nigeria. And this is Nigeria.
That was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, right? But I think it's making the round. How long was it?
2016. That was.
Oh, so what? So why then are we having the conversation now?
Because it's a reminder of things have not really improved.
Because 2016 is a long time. But let's see if we have some of the reactions on social media. Maybe to put things into a little bit of perspective for us. See some of the reactions to this story on social media. Innocent says, they already know us. It's a shame. This is really bad for our image. And to top it all, the politicians don't care to make improvement. Groove Papi says, this is Nigeria. Exactly my point. And then he was laughing. Someone is passionately talking about his career and Nigeria is messing it up. That's from Groove Papi. Kenkeye says, the response when they took the light is what hurts more in this video. Exactly, that was it for me. It says, that's Nigeria for you. Everyone, both citizens and foreigners, already associate us with mediocrity, that it no longer is a surprise. They would rather be surprised if something good comes out of us. Both the government and the citizens need to get work and make this nation a country to love. It is well. That's from Kenkeye. Yeah, still the same conversation from Kenkeye. But you know, the fact that this video is coming up right now, you did mention that the video was since 2016. I don't know why this video has resurfaced at the moment and why we're having this conversation. But the only thing that I would say is that nothing has really changed from 2016 to 2025. That's about that's roughly about 9 years. We're talking about 9 years, you know, and really we still see these things every time. We're having Zoom meetings, you know, with maybe like with partners or colleagues like out of the country, maybe the United States and whatnot, and then you think everything is fine, you're having a lovely conversation, and then you get power outage and whatnot. Nothing has actually really changed, and it's really sad.
I think one of the reasons why this video came up is, like I said before, it's just a reminder of where we are. There are things that when you look at in the past and then you now fast forward it to the future, you realize that some things haven't really changed. Power has improved a bit, but the light still goes off unexpectedly. And we are still trying to deal with that. I know President Bola Tinubu had made promises about improving electricity and everything, but there are so many factors. Gencos are complaining of being old, discos say they're making millions, and there are so many in-betweens. In fact, Gencos recently, that's generating companies, are recently threatening that they will stop generating light because they are being owed by distribution companies a huge amount of money. So that light issue is something that will haunt us in this country.
And the
for
possibility of those monies even being paid.
That's another thing again.
The possibility is on scale of 1 to 100.
But
probably
I think one of the
0
things that this government is doing that I commend them for when it comes to the electricity thing, maybe agree to disagree or whatever I want to say, is that they are now trying to open up the market so that more private people get involved in the electricity market. So what they are doing now is they are allowing states to run their own, manage their own electricity, such that you can have different companies. Maybe a company can come out and say, okay, we can be providing electricity in this state, in this section, using solar. And then if you're not interested in using this company that supplies electricity, you can move to the other company and try that one. So it gives people more options. So I think that's one of the things they are trying. It hasn't fully worked out yet, and we don't know whether it will fully work out or not. But it's a good idea. and good ideas are needed when it comes. Good ideas are needed when it comes to.
And Aso Rock has decided to buy a 10 billion naira solar.
Well, they are buying into their own dream. What they said, they can't even trust their own electricity company, so they are moving into something else.
Exactly.
So, and if you ask them, it's their own way of approving diversity. So,
approving diversity.
Yes.
Wow.
No, why I said that is because if you ask them, they will say because check it, most of the biggest people owning discos are most of the biggest companies owning discos are government parastatals, including Aso Rock. So that means that there is a problem somewhere. And if they are owing, it means that they won't give them light. And if they don't give them light, they need to find an alternative source. So that's just it. This light issue, this video only reminds us that electricity is still a big issue in this country.
And I hope that it's an issue that becomes that we see better days for, like, real soon.
Hopefully.
I really do hope so.
Hopefully.
That very soon we can have like better stories to tell when it comes to electricity. You know, the way Ghana is boasting of constant power supply. Nigeria is the big brother, so it doesn't make so much sense when Nigeria, which is the big brother, is now not doing as well as Ghana. So I hope that we can tell a different and positive story pretty soon. But thank you so much, Mr. Obidike Okafor, for your time. Join us here on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Ideas and
the International Monetary Fund, World Bank spring meetings have come and gone, and finance chiefs headed home with still neither relief nor more clarity from tariffs or on the uncertainty. It was also evident that IMF officials are more optimistic on the outlook than most delegates, as traders, analysts await news of breakthrough in terms of trade deals that could reduce the global cost of trade. Hello and welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look closer at some of the headlines moving markets and try to join the dots to equip viewers to succeed in the marketplace. Last week, stocks rebounded as Trump eased concerns about an escalating trade war with China and also with regards to risks to the independence of the Federal Reserve. This week, for the US, we get an update on inflation and first quarter economic growth, and on Friday, April jobs report. Also reporting earnings will include Apple, Amazon, Coca-Cola, Meta, and Microsoft. As the IMF spring meetings close, World Bank chief economist Indermit Gill warned of higher debt levels for emerging markets, also noting that tariffs has led to slowdown in trade and foreign direct investment, which are crucial to developing country growth. He and other World Bank and IMF officials told countries to cut their own tariffs to boost growth prospects. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has advised the United States to reevaluate its position on reciprocal tariffs, particularly as they impact the fragile economies of poorer African nations. The WTO boss also urged African countries to deepen self-reliance by boosting intra-African trade and do more to attract domestic investment, stressing that the global aid landscape was shrinking fast. UK Chancellor Richard Rees
You are watching Business Day Television.
I think essential thing is for the regulations to kind of streamline processes. So when I mean streamline processes, right? So
Hello, this is
make it
Body
easier for
Shosami on Global
digital
Business
platform or maybe
Insights
startups,
on
to
BDTV,
come
where
into
we
the
bring
system.
ideas and
Perhaps through maybe a regulatory sandbox, right? So a regulatory sandbox is a very safe environment where solutions are being tested in a controlled environment by regulators, right? Where issues are actually troubleshoot products, challenges that product could face are actually experienced within a controlled environment, and you know having a regulatory sandbox or implementing a regulatory sandbox for for digital platform, I think it will go a long way to help the growth of digital platforms in the country, and also keep them better equipped, right, to scale on a larger basis, whenever they come out, to the general public. Before I go into that question, I need to give kudos to both the government and our National Assembly for passing the insurance bill, right? Which we expect that before December 2025, it will be an act of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, right? So how can the federal government really help the sector? By incentivizing the sector, right? By ensuring that you don't overtax them, right? And if you have new insurance companies coming in, by ensuring that the minimum capital for going into that sector is something that people can actually afford, right? And also perhaps it could imitate. I mean, the FG could imitate what the other countries are doing. For example, Kenya, you see MTBA, you see some of the insurance platform where tax reliefs are given to them for them to really float before they go into general space, right? So again, what else can the federal government do by liberalizing the economy as well, for making sure that the economy is well protected for investors to come in? Because any investor that is coming into any country and you don't have well coordinated rules and regulation, or you don't have a process for your exit upon your investment, it becomes a problem, because a challenge for the investors to really come into the country. So the government can do a lot of things. They could even go into a partnership through the regulators with these insurance companies to bring them to the table to say, what, we want you to succeed in this sector. Let's go into the partnership. Let's identify your problems. Let's find solutions to your problems, and let's take your industry to the next level. The insurance sector rather in Nigeria is they are growing, right? But there's still one or two things that needs to be done for the company to, I'm sorry, not company, for the sector, for the sector to get to its destination, right, and be at par with its contemporaries in the global world, right? So, for example, now in terms of a digital platform, in terms of going digital, so globally, most insurance companies can perhaps sit at the comfort of your home and subscribe to a package, an insurance package, pay your premium and all, right? Not all insurance companies in Nigeria are into that. And I think that's what they could do. And one of my takeaways here is that, see, insurance, the time has come for you to open your eyes to innovation. And innovation is the next thing. So innovate, right? Be digital, go global.
BusinessDay, which is the leading business newspaper or finance newspaper in Nigeria today, has been playing a big role in terms of the insurance aspect. The insurance conference is something I've followed, done by BusinessDay. But this time around, this year, I said, look, we must be a part of it. It's something that we believe and we like. We like the impact. People trust activities or things done by BusinessDay. So yes, we do believe in that. We have to find the right balance. Innovation, you can't stop innovation. So what you're going to have is innovators are going to be ahead. Then you're going to have the regulators coming in to say, look, regulate what the innovators have done. And I think it's something that the regulators will want to encourage. NICOM, as a regulator in the insurance industry, wants to grow it. We keep on talking about this 1% penetration. I think NICOM will want to grow that 1% to 2%, 3%. And the only way they can do that is to encourage innovation. So there has to have that handshake, there has to have that partnership. In some areas, NICOM has created sandboxes to allow the operators put in some of their innovations or their tech into it to test it, so that doesn't restrict them from innovating. We recently launched a technology platform or digital solution. It's called Raha by Noor. What basically it is, what we keep on realizing is people don't like to contact the insurance companies. because there's a belief that I only call my insurance company when there is a problem, when they have a claim to make. So what our digital solution is trying to do, which is Raha by Nuro, is to provide people a lifestyle to tie in their insurances to their various lifestyles. So there's a reason to continue to talk with our digital solution. So we believe with that, you have more financial protection, financial planning through Raha by Nu. You're able to do more about knowing more about your motor vehicle insurance, things that come about in it. For instance, today there are various fines that are coming up by overspeeding on various roads, and these are safety issues. These are things that also concern insurance because we believe, if you drive faster, you have a higher risk of having an accident. So through Raha by No, we should be able to encourage people to say, look, these are the new guidelines by the Lagos State or Federal Government of Nigeria. So you have more engagement. We believe our digital solution will have more lifestyle engagement with our clients and our participants. Oh, fantastic. Sometime last year, we received approval from NICOM to provide micro-takaful. Micro-takaful basically allows us to provide insurance to the lowest people. So as little as 500 Naira, you should be able to do that. Now, we understand with our takaful model, it's not just about profit making, but service orientation. So we believe that we've been able to grow as an organization. We believe that part of our services now is to ensure that the small man, little man on the streets of Nigeria, the little man who is working in the farms, who is trading, is able to have adequate cover. They're the ones that are seriously affected when we have floods or fires in the market. They can't survive. So we believe with the micro-takaful, we should be able to penetrate these without compromising on our services, our professionalism, our ethics and values as well.
Yes, I think so, because apart from the audience that were here, it's a mix of practitioners, media men, and some other group of people. The paper that was delivered by the rector of the College of Insurance and Financial Management really had food for thought that if people put them to practice, it will definitely improve the lots of the insurance industry, and it would help us to get to our place, our dream place, very, very soon, much sooner than expected. If this program had not been held, maybe it would have been longer. But if we put those things to practice, we will definitely have a better insurance industry. Yeah, personally, I don't think so. I think it's because of the economy. Before you can think of insurance, you have to think of your basic needs first: food, housing, shelter, and now the fourth basic need, education for the children. So, but if you know and understand insurance a little bit, maybe if we play it up a little bit, you will know that insurance can actually help you to meet these four basic needs: housing, clothing, shelter, and education. So no, we're not underlooking it. It's just that the realities of times and season is making people to put insurance not as the first four things, but gradually things would improve, all things being equal. Yes, one of the things that government can do is to look at the area of taxation, the taxation of insurance organizations. If they could lessen it a little bit, it will have the insurance organizations, to have more funds to play around with. And with that, we'll be able to do more marketing. We'll be able to do more sensitization. And also, government can also support insurance organization by making the field a little bit freer, because like now we are expecting that is the president would sign into law the Insurance Act 2025. We look forward to having that signed as soon as possible. We know that it's very busy, but we would appreciate if we could just give it a little bit more attention for the insurance industry. If we have that Insurance Act in place, then things will definitely move much more faster for the industry, and it will improve the lots of the economy. Because if we're going to do this ritual economy that we're planning to do with His Excellency, then it's high time that we put in more effort on the insurance space to help the government to achieve that trillionaire economy that we're looking at.
Yes, it is. And why am I saying that? I mean, there are lots of things that are really happening. I mean, like what you guys are doing currently today, you're creating awareness. And even within the industry itself, is it the NIA? They are creating the awareness. Is it the Chartered Insurance Institute of Nigeria? They are creating the awareness. And even most of the insurance companies that, in terms of the amount of money they pump into their publicity, they are also creating the awareness. So I think it's just a matter of time before people knows the importance of insurance. Because whether we like it or not, protection is very key, either in form of your asset or in form of your life. And if you don't have that protection in place, invariably it's just a matter of time. The person will not really appreciate the importance of taking up insurance. Okay, I think for us, one of the things that we try to do, we're very proactive. So in terms of things happening, within the economy, we try as much as possible to put our ears to the ground, so that invariably, we come up with products that can address, the inflation that is currently happening in the market. And then we have those products in place, products that, in terms of investment, in terms of the risk base, we have those products. And then for retirees too, because right now we know that for retirees, there are two options for them, in terms of when they are through with their RSA. Either they can do program withdrawal, they can do annuity. And for us, in terms of the way we price our annuity, we do it in such a way that, we ensure that the annuitants, in respect of the way they are able to sustain their financial obligations throughout their lives, it's there for them. And you know that for annuity business is guaranteed for 10 years. And if the person survives 10 years, the person lives for 20 years, 30 years, he still gets that monthly payment, which I think and I believe that, could help, in terms of when people retire. Very good question. For us, what has actually helped the banking industry is trust. And that is what we are trying to build, within the insurance space. I think one of the things that we are trying to do is to give those testimonials. And if you check most of our adverts, in terms of the claims that we've paid over time, it could reflect, in terms of those that, that they've lost dear ones, paying to their beneficiaries. We've paid, in the region of more than, several billions. And then even for the annuitants too, what we pay on a monthly basis, I would say that in our records now, over time, in terms of the asset under liability under the annuity, is over 50 billion. Yes, and we make sure that before the 28th of every month, all the annuitants, they are paid, they are paid on time. So whether we like it or not, these are the things that can actually build trust in the market. Because when you give them promise and you fulfill the promise, they act as ambassadors, to be able to, project the positive image of the industry. And I think it's just a matter of time. We'll get there, and we're on course.
I mean, there are many trends we can think about, but just to summarize, I would say lots of digital interaction, because we're building a young army of very digitally able and digitally enabled individuals. So they want to engage online. They want to be able to do things at their own convenience. They don't want to have to go to a particular place to get things done. So that's one of the major trends. People are also looking for more simple information. They want things that are more digitally engaging. So we have to move into more infographics. We need to do more videos and things to engage people, because reading long contracts is also going to be very difficult as well. We're seeing emerging trends when you think about cybersecurity issues. We're talking to companies, but how will it affect an individual? What if somebody uses your device to cause problems and you are facing a liability? So I think there will be a lot of questions that will come to the bear, as well as when we're thinking about mobility. Cars are changing. The ownership of cars will change. So how would you insure your car? Would you own a car? Would you have a piece of time to use the car? And how do you protect yourself during that period? I think those are some of the quick things to think about. And maybe lastly, healthcare. We're seeing a lot of people caring more about their health, be more health aware. And so having solutions that can help them, not just when they're ill, but to prevent things, for them to enjoy themselves, maybe have access to a gym, to exercise, to some massage or things like that. I think those are major things that we're seeing across our different businesses. I mean, cosmetic provisions are very debatable, as you can imagine, right? Insurance is protecting you against unexpected and what we call fortuitous loss, something that might or might not happen. Everyone will die, but we don't know when and what time. But when it comes to cosmetic surgery, you plan, you actually decide to do it. So your typical insurance pricing will be very different. So I don't see it in the shortest period of time. What I see where you can then have some level of professional support, so you don't go to the wrong people because they are cheaper. I would see that happening very quickly. But in terms of insurance covering things like cosmetic, it's not really top, except it's because of an underlying issue. So if somebody has a cleft palate and they need to change that and really get them to look better, build new lips and all of that for them, that is covered because that is not a norm. But when you want to just look more beautiful than you are already, then you might need to just invest a little bit in getting that to happen. And from research today, I see that the industry is more open to collaboration. I see that people at least we're thinking we want a better industry. It's still penetration is still low, even though we're impacting a lot, but we're still not doing enough when it comes to retail customers, SMEs. And I think there's an opportunity for us as insurers to work together, to learn from each other, and to perhaps find some ways to collaborate to solve some problems together. So I look forward to even the deliberation on innovation, just for others to know what's going on and what's possible. So this is, I think, a really great event. Thanks to Business Day. Thank
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive, and it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estates, but we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications. So we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War, but the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing, very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
The Africa and Middle East Depositories Association, AMEDA, convened a gathering of financial industry leaders, policymakers, and experts for their 41st meeting at the Echo Hotel and Suites in Lagos on April 24, 2025. The conference themed Shaping the Future, Financial Markets and Infrastructures as Catalysts for Transforming Economics, saw experts and major stakeholders present at the occasion. Chairman of AMEDA, Mr. Abdullah Jafar, emphasized the critical role of financial markets in changing the economic destiny of Africa and the Middle East while making his welcome address.
It is with great pride that we have convened this assembly of senior officials, decision makers, and experts within the financial market sector. Your participation greatly enhances the significance of this conference and reaffirms our shared commitment to advancement of financial market structure and the strengthening of their function as an engine for sustainable economic development in the region.
The Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. George, gave the goodwill address at the occasion.
Lagos is indeed honored to host a gathering that places financial markets development and strong infrastructure at the forefront of our collective goals for growth and prosperity. Financial markets are essential engines for economic change. They mobilize resources, encourage entrepreneurship, and support sustainable development. This conference is a platform for forging partnerships, sharing insights, and mapping out our ambitious future for our financial markets. I'm confident that the discussions and collaborations that kick off here will birth new strategies and solutions that will benefit not just Lagos and Nigeria, but all our economies. As Governor, I'm fully committed to creating a welcoming atmosphere for investment, innovation, and sustainable growth. Our goal is to turn Lagos into a shining example of progress, unity, and endless opportunities for everyone who lives and works here.
Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, in his keynote speech, outlined the government's initiative to strengthen the financial sector and promote economic development.
His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, you have not only found an ally in market reform, but also a steward of economic stability. Our administration is committed to strengthening Nigeria's financial market infrastructures through a deliberate blend of regulatory reform, capital market development strategies, and robust public-private collaboration.
The panel discussion focused on using capital markets as engines of economic transformation.
The challenge is, however, in because there's a greater reach, then you have more investors that are being touched. It also means that people can come up with illegal platforms. We've just gone through that in Nigeria. They are springing up every single second. And so even as every single platform is coming up with its technology and deploying it with a massive outreach seeking to bring in more people, there should always be an investor education segment which would at least build confidence among the investors. And that's what I would continue to appeal.
Technology. I think that from a market infrastructure point of view, the idea is to make sure that we have a goal in mind. What do we want to achieve? What is the challenge? What is the problem there? Because we just discussed one of them. Okay, what about KYC, or what about facilitating the investment across the different countries and so on? And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
The AMEDA Conference 2025 ended on a high note, with delegates leaving with a renewed sense of purpose on a shared commitment to shape the future of financial markets in the region. Indigo Ifunere reporting from BusinessDay TV.
Please allow me to welcome you all to this policy roundtable organized by BusinessDay. We brought you all here today to spotlight the overlooked potential of tax incentives as catalysts for sustainable development.
BusinessDay Media hosted a policy intervention roundtable on harnessing tax incentives for growth in Nigeria's priority sectors. The conference united legal experts, tax authorities, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss effective structuring and alignment of tax incentives with Nigeria's economic goals. The publisher of BusinessDay, Mr. Frank Ibogun, delivered a welcome address speaking to the theme of the occasion.
One thing that excites me about where we are is that this is the first time in Nigeria that we have had a national conversation around taxation. The very first time. You might say it's late, but as I say, better late than never.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was delivered by Mr. Taiwo Uyedele, chairman of the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, who made emphasis on the tax reforms and spoke about the Economic Development Initiative Scheme.
You could count on one finger, fingertips of one hand, the issues that have been mostly debated. And I always like to remind people that we're talking about a transformative reform where we've taken more than 15 different tax laws and compressed them into 4. They have over 400 pages, more than 200 provisions. Many of them are new. So it's important that we pay attention to those very important changes because they will affect us. And the other point is there are loads of opportunities that will be presented by those changes. But you will not be able to take advantage of the opportunities if you are not prepared for them, or worse still, if you are not even aware of them.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers.
Looking at the bill as it is, it's quite simple. And, I was talking about the provisions of probably I've not read it very well, but, you wouldn't know the name of a child more than the man who has named the child. And so I would defer to Mr. Taiwo. But I've looked at the provisions of, or the provision of the tax bill in relation to that priority incentive. And I see a provision that says that it is subject to the provision, I think about section 58 that talks about the effective tax rate. But be that as it may, it is clear that no matter how stylish the legislators may have drafted a law, there will still be need for improvement. By the time this bill is being implemented, you will start seeing issues.
We have some incentives in our tax system today, like the reconstruction investment incentive was meant to be after the Civil War to reconstruct Nigeria. So we're not the most diligent lawmaking, policy formulating nation in the world. Once you discuss it and debate it, you can leave it for another. So we saw some of the things we saw was in the oil and gas sector, where we lost, and I mean literally billions of dollars, because somebody didn't know that oil price was going to hit $20 per barrel, $20 per barrel. And there was supposed to be a trigger of revision when it hits $20 per barrel. And oil hit 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We did nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost more than $10 billion. So we think that it's better to put a sunset. By the time you are getting close to that sunset, if we agree that this sector is still a priority, it takes less effort. Because at that point in time, those who want it to be priority will put the pressure to get the amendment done. Whereas if it's no longer priority and there's no sunset, everybody will continue to just enjoy it. And then we'll say tax revenue is going down, we'll start printing naira again. So that was the thinking behind the way it's been designed. And like I said, the powers to do that is with Mr. President.
The roundtable was able to address public perception to taxes and strategies being set up to spread awareness about tax bills and incentives for the grassroots. Some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the event.
And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration.
So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
In closing, the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Ololade Akimurele, reflected on the theme and conversations from the conference, thanking all panelists and guests for their presence.
Thank you so much for taking our time to join us here today. I hope you enjoyed the conversations that we had this morning. And I imagine that we'll be leaving here with the full knowledge that the tax reform bills is much more than just VAT sharing formula or arrangement amongst the states. It was really exciting for me, and I'm sure it was the same for you. So I just want to say thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much to our partners as well, Onaliwun Ajayi. I do hope to see you next time we call on you to be here. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Be the Extra, to the show that brings you everything entertainment, business, and everything in between. My name is Anthony Udugba, and I'm your host for today. Today we have in our show an actor, an Hollywood actor. He's a household name. He's a star in the game and all of that. Please, I welcome you, Mike Afolari. Mike, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you so much for having me. What do you mean nice to meet you? We went to school together, man.
So please, let me just clear the air. Yeah? Mike and I went to school together.
Right.
So we are talk now. You tell them now.
No, I'm just saying, I told them that we went to school together, but yeah, that's it.
So basically,
here, thank you.
we were classmates from school, Federal Government College in Janiki, Lagos. We graduated in the same set, and here we are. The industry has brought us together on this show.
Amazing stuff.
An actor and the interviewer. So, Mike, tell us, how has it been for you? Your acting career, your household name. You are basically a young legend in Nollywood. Basically, you can't call top 5 young actors in Nigeria without mentioning you, because you gave us from Far From Home till now. You've been in our faces. People have come and gone, but you are here and all of that. So tell us, how did it start for you? Just briefly, how did it start for you?
I mean, acting for me I would say acting found me because, I was on my own doing my thing in uni. And yeah, I mean, I've always known that I had this burst of creativity. I just needed to find the medium to express. That's why I said acting found me, and I was like, okay, yeah, this feels interesting. This feels like something that I could do. And there was a point where I wanted to be a presenter. I wanted to be on radio.
Really?
Yeah. There's been different points that I've wanted to try. I've tried out different things.
Yeah.
I learned how to, operate the camera. I did photography for a bit, and all of that. So for me, it was just finding the medium to express my creativity, and yeah, acting found me, and I stuck with it, and we're here.
Yeah, nice. And we've every actor I know every actor encounters obstacles and all of that when starting a career. And I understand that while you were starting, I will mention Moshood Fatah. Both of you basically came into the industry together. He's coming from theater, and you guys met and gelled, and you guys worked on a few projects. So, what were the obstacles that you faced when starting acting and getting into Far From Home?
I mean, with every career path, there's challenges, there's obstacles. I would say, to be honest, I have been fortunate. Yeah. So my journey has been, one of grace, if I may use that word.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I first started out, there wasn't a lot of opportunities for young actors in the industry. Yeah, it was mostly the stories that we had or we saw on the big screen was featured mostly adults. There wasn't really a lot of young characters that we could audition for. So you find out that, oh yeah, you're talented, man, but you're young. When you get a certain age, you can play this person's husband or that person's but right now you only have to play somebody's son, or when those characters are needed, which was very few and far between.
Yeah.
I would get opportunities, but I mean, as time went by, we had the likes of Olumide Owuru on the Johnsons, we had Boso, because they killed it, opportunities started coming up for young actors.
You mentioned Olumide Owuru and mentioned to me when he first started. I think the Elevator Baby was one that brought him to the limelight.
Absolutely, Timmy has
So
several projects.
I'm thinking about like how do you keep yourself grounded? How do young actors keep, because when they get to the scene and they are met with like the legends, acting along legends and all of that, how do they remain grounded? How do they like, because through you, we've learned that you can actually come into the game as a newbie and make it. How do you stay grounded? You always mention, when I see some of your interviews, you're always saying you give 100%, staying grounded. Like, how does it feel like when you are on set and all of that?
Yeah, like you said, giving 100% every time that you have the opportunity to is one of the best things to do to ensure that you remain in the industry, because there's a lot of people looking for the opportunities that you have, and let's believe whenever you have it, just do your best, like be ready for the opportunity and make sure that you apply yourself to the fullest, because you don't want to waste the opportunities, and you don't want to look back later down the line and say, oh, I wish I took that a bit more seriously, because trust and believe that that project would be what someone will see that would get you your next project. So basically every time you have to be out, it's an advertisement for yourself, for your brand. So you best believe that you need to rep yourself the best way possible. And as for staying grounded, I mean, you have to just remember why you started, why you decided to get into the industry, and why you decided to get into this part in the first place. And I think that is really what keeps you going, and what your eyes focused on the overall goal.
So let's talk about branding a little bit. Let's pivot into branding as an actor.
Right.
What would you say, or what are your takes on branding as an actor, and is that something that you also came into, like personal branding, or as a star, as an
I mean, for any product that you're trying to sell, you understand that branding is very important. So you can't really, be in a marketplace where that there's, other, products, and not, try to stand out and try to be distinct. So you have to find your voice. You have to find what makes you special. You have to find what makes you different from the next actor, from the next, person that is trying to get opportunities on screen. So branding, I would say, is very important.
So is it quite different from what we get like in music? Because when you talk about branding in music, like the way you dress, because you also have fans that want to dress like you, act like you, and all of that. So is it like the same thing with is what young filmmakers or actors are considering when becoming a Nollywood actor? Is this what is like is being considered? Is this like a first thought or something?
I don't know that it's it's a conscious thing for most Nollywood actors. To be honest, for me, it wasn't like that. I just, I'm my most authentic self in whatever it is that I do, and I think that comes across as branding. I figure that's what you mean about by branding, right? To be honest, like all of that wasn't really a conscious thing, but I'm my most authentic self in whatever it is that I do, and I think that's what stands me out. But I don't think you need to go the extra mile to become something else or someone else, because you're trying to stand out as an actor. My job already helps me play multiple characters, and in a lot of things, I look totally different from who I am really in person. So I don't think that I have a particular identity right now out there, because most times people call me different things based on the films that they have seen. Some people call me Shia Bello, some will call me American from House of God, some will call me Kinkato. You get, so like with my job, there's different identities that I have had or I have created. It's iconic characters, and most people react to me based off of the one that they connect with the most. So
And I see you're hitting the gym now.
Absolutely, no, it has to come in at some point. But mostly, actually, whenever it is that I do, it's because I'm working on something.
So the hitting the gym is basically on working on something, like building a.
I mean, pun intended. But I'm working on something, and I think I love the lifestyle right now. I love the fact that fitness has become part of my lifestyle. I love the fact that it's getting my body in shape. But yeah, it's also building my strength. But the overall goal is because I'm preparing for like a character that.
And I like that Nollywood actors are already thinking, I need to get to this shape to fit this character.
Absolutely.
We didn't have that when we were in the golden era. Let's take that from looking different in different roles and how Nollywood actors are already looking the shape for an upcoming movie. And we're looking at the upcoming film, Lagos Love Story. And we've seen a lot of like trailers on it, and it's quite amazing how you actually look different once again. Yeah, and dreadlocks and everything.
Right.
And I believe you are portraying an artist.
Yeah,
in that movie.
my character in Lagos Love Story is an artist. He's a music artist.
Yeah. It gives like some kind of Ashake before it cuts the hair vibes and all that.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's what a lot of people are saying about it, man.
No, you're not giving us like spoilers because we don't do spoilers here. So just tell us, give us a briefing on what the film is about and what viewers should expect. I think it's coming on Netflix.
Yeah, it's out on Netflix.
So how long has it been shooting that and all?
Making the Lagos Love Story was fun for me.
Should be. You feel like you're having fun.
Yeah, no. Just to be honest, it was actually fun because I would say maybe living a childhood dream.
Are you serious?
To be honest, yeah, because I've always like wanted to see what that felt like. So, recording music and like performing songs that I recorded to like a crowd was fun for me. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, I would say that on that end, I think people are gonna enjoy watching a Lagos Love Story. But also like beyond that, it's a love story between two characters that are from separate worlds, and I think that just how those two people can come together is an interesting story as well, and I think people would love that too. And it has an amazing stellar cast. There's a lot of like huge names on that project, so I think people are going to want to see like one or two or all of those people. So yeah, Lagos Love Story will be fun.
Yeah, nice one, and I think I'm also looking forward to it because the trailer is really giving me what I want to see. On Netflix, I'm going to stream that stuff. I'm going to stream.
Absolutely,
I'm telling you, man. And let's move to the next one. I think because we have two movies basically, and I feel that the marketing for Red Circle.
Two movies that we know of.
That we know of. Okay, two movies that we know. Oh, so there's more. Wow.
Never know.
Never know, right?
Yeah.
So we talk about the Red Circle, and this is something I was on. We're in the studio here with Barnabas Emodi, Barney,
right? Yeah.
And he spoke about it, and he was like, he was the first person to give me a hint, that Red Circle is ours. We're doing this and all of that. I'm like, wow, okay. And he didn't give me the cast, and only for me to go next week. And I saw Toby Bakari,
right?
And I'm intrigued about like the color setting of the film, or what the color palette of what you guys are trying to create. It's basically like a red, blackish kind of thing. Tell me about that. Like what's about that?
I mean, like we said earlier, it's about like having a unique look for your product, man, and that's literally what the team is doing with Red Circle. And yeah, one of the reasons why I jumped on Red Circle is because it's been handled by young creatives, and I'm always looking forward to working with young creatives because they always have fresh ideas, unique ideas. So the identity that we have given Red Circle makes it unique, makes people intrigued by it, and makes people want to see it. I mean, was right there in the name, Red Circle. So red had to be like part of the branding, and yeah, we're trying to take it to the next level with whatever it is that we're doing with that, and I'm excited about it.
I'm actually really excited because whatever you guys are doing with that is making sense. I just like the way you guys are, the photo shoots, everything is just on point, and
absolutely.
See you and Toby Bakari also doing the whole bro stuff and all that. What's the dynamic between you and Toby? What's going on like in that dynamic? Because after that we've seen you in the gym and all of that, so together, there was this post you guys did together. Like, I laughed myself.
No, Toby's an amazing guy. Toby is a great friend, and yeah, he's a ball of energy whenever he's in the room, and also he's great guy to work with, and I mean, we're actually working on stuff that is way different from like Red Circle, and yeah, I'm guessing
Yeah, so we're talking about casting and typecasting, and I know this typecasting thing was basically a discussion or a topic, 2-3 years ago. It was basically
Right.
like people were trying to link. In the past we had legends who were typecast for certain roles, either it's comedy, it's action, or it's just drama,
Yeah.
playing motherly roles or daughter roles and all of that. So, what is your take on in typecasting for young actors who are getting into film, or is it the same trend we are seeing now? I'm not seeing a lot of that these days. But is this something that is still like people are still complaining about? Have you heard about it? From producers or directors or?
To be honest, I personally don't have a thing against being typecast. I think that a lot of people have made huge careers and made like lots of money from being typecast. Yeah, like people just knowing how to play one thing and then they do it well, and such that in every film they find different ways to bring life into that one type of character that they do. I mean, yeah, I don't see a problem with it, but I think that it's totally the actor's responsibility to refuse that if they want to. If they don't want to go in that route, it's totally in your control to say, okay, no, I would rather not be on this project because it's very similar to something that I've done before and I don't want to be seen in that light anymore. But yeah, generally, I don't have a problem with actors that some of the big names that we have in the industry right now, even here and like abroad in Hollywood, from being typecast. Yeah, once you see Jason Statham, you have an idea of what the character is gonna be. Once you see Kevin Hart, you know that okay, this guy is gonna be on some joke thing. So yeah, I don't see a problem with being typecast. But as an actor, if you wanna tap into other elements and show other things that you can do, then yeah, you should go ahead and explore those options. But yeah, being typecast it shouldn't be a problem.
Cool. So let me dive into the next topic, which is about distributions and all of that for actors.
Right.
Because we won't talk about distribution most times. It's basically focused on the producers, the filmmakers, who are the ones that takes this film to distributors or to platforms like Netflix, Amazon, when Amazon was still here, and all of that. And we are seeing YouTube now as a rise and all of that. What do you think about actors, or do you think actors should get a royalty from streams that comes from the movies that are being put on YouTube, because it's stream and you're basically streaming and you are the product basically. So what is there a conversation about that in in your space or in actors space?
I definitely think that there should be conversations around that because residuals definitely build up the industry long term. But obviously, like a lot of people only consider it right now. But yeah, it would be good if actors and not just even actors, even crew should also be like in the room when we're talking about residuals, because it's a collaborative effort. Everybody comes together to make this happen, and it's not just. I mean, yeah, usually it's the producers that have to go through all the most of the hassles and all of that funding and all of that. But in terms of creative process and commitment to the projects generally, we should talk about residuals, especially as a lot of the times, in most cases, the actors are not being paid well. They're not being paid enough. The crew is not being paid enough. So yeah, we sacrifice all of that to make this, and then this movie goes on to earn X and X and X amount. It's only right that whatever the percentage, no matter how small, the people that worked on the film, or that invested or that took pay cuts just because they believed in the vision, should get something out of it in the long run. Yeah, so I think those conversations should be had.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy, from the producer's end, but I think that if you're a genuine creative and you see, how much of people goes into the project. Like you see how much people put of themselves into making it happen. Yeah, we should consider, giving royalties to cast, crew, and a lot of people that are part of the project.
All right. So maybe finally, what are your aspirations towards like acting career? Are you trying to delve into filmmaking later on? You're trying to be a director, like because you handled photography one time in your life. So I really trying to see you like go behind the camera to do something like amazing and fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it's going to definitely happen. Because I've tried my hands on directing, but I would like to educate myself more on that before I delve into that aspect. Also because I'm trying to enjoy my time in front of the camera before I go back again. But definitely, it's something that is on the radar for me, and that'll definitely happen sometimes in the nearest future.
So what are your final words for like upcoming actors who have seen your career from the beginning till now and trying to for the audience out there, what are you trying to like teach them? What lessons should be learned from your own perspective for up and coming actors?
I mean, what I would always say is just be ready, man. That's what I tell anybody that asks me about my career and like what it was. I would say just be ready, because you never know when the opportunity would come, and when the opportunity comes, you got to give it 100. You don't want the opportunity to come and you don't have a set of skills to match up or to handle it. So just stay ready and just trust yourself and trust the process, and just know that one day that opportunity is going to come. So if you have to go and learn a skill, or if you have to go and do something, just keep working on that, man, because that opportunity is definitely going to come. You better be ready.
Better be ready. So thank you so much for coming to our studio.
Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful, I've been chasing him. So thank you so much for coming.
We finally did it.
Yeah, we finally did it, man. Yeah, here we are. And we educate, we try to reach out to people who would want to come into this space as well, and do the best we can to, from your own perspective or from the industry's perspective, tell a story on what Hollywood is trying to see in our own
thank you
subtle way and all.
Thank you. We all need each other, man. In the end, it's us, one industry, and everybody's trying to make the most of it. Thank you for having me.
So thank you, Mike, for coming to the studio today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful conversation. So do subscribe to BusinessDay TV, our YouTube channel. Stay tuned for the next show. Goodbye. Okay, let's do this.
Right, okay.
All right, man.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.